morning. Welcome to the Live at the Waterhole show today. Look how epic we've started the show with this herd of elephant. My name is Stefan Winterboer. I'm going to be your naturalist for the next hours. And if this is going to be a mark of what's to come, I cannot wait for the rest of the show. It's a live show. What you're looking at now is what's happening right now at this particular time at Jamala in Medictive, and it's interactive. And so please do send through your comments and your questions and your observations you've had with other naturalists or in other places. Firstly, I'd love to hear from you. And secondly, what would the show be without your comments and your feedback and your interaction? So good morning or good day to you out there, wherever you are. Yeah, hopefully wherever you are is going well, in spite of all the nonsense going on. We can rest and relax and take ourselves away for a bit of a journey with these elephant. That is a tiny, tiny elephant that is in the screen, just having the best bath with his pen mate there next door. Look at that. That's so cool. Gosh, they can't be more than a couple of months old. A couple of weeks. I don't know. I could guess, yeah, probably a month to 2 months old, those little Ellies. 8 weeks old and having the best bath ever. Goodness me. Mom very vigilantly looking on there. Now, if you don't know how to send in a comment, visit the WildEarth website, follow the register button, and you will be able to, it'll prompt you there to be able to ask some questions and send in your comments. Tell me what you think about this little guy having a bath. Look at him. That's so cool. Oh, there's some more. Goodness me, there's a lot of elephant around this pan. If you missed where we are, apart from the strap on the top left-hand side, we're in South Africa at the moment. This is Madega Game Reserve, right up in sort of the central part of South Africa against the Botswana border. And we're at Jamala's pan, which Jamala is a camp that is behind the camera at the moment. You may, in spite of all the elephant around, you might hear noise from construction going on. There's a construction team on site rebuilding the lodge after a devastating fire burned it down a couple of months ago. But goodness me, we are super lucky. Now, it looks like it's a hot day out there today. It's hot all over the country at the moment. It's October. And in Southern Africa, October is hell month. It is where temperatures soar right up into the 40s, in some places even the 50s. And that's in the hundreds, 110, whatever, somewhere around there degrees Fahrenheit. And it's very dry, not a lot to eat. Animals are concentrated around these last few permanent water spots, needing to walk far for food. It's a trying time of the year. Of course, tempers are frayed and short, and movement around this water is significant. It will change, and it will change. First rains come and opens up areas of the bush that don't have water in at the moment. Right, we do have a summary of the weather at a few of our locations that we've got cameras at today, so why don't we go and have a look at that. You can see there's a pretty warm day all around, looking like in the low 90s, in some cases sort of low hundreds. and bright, clear skies in Madikwe right now. I'm about 1,000 miles south of Madikwe, right in the Western Cape, about an hour and a half drive from Cape Town, and in the mountains where it's a lot chillier than this. Definitely will not be swimming today. I've got my jacket on where I'm sitting. These ellies, as you can see, though, have coated themselves also in a jacket of mud. You'll notice that in most cases their ears and their shoulders are wet, and then in some cases their flanks. What's wrong with this elephant in the middle's trunk? Let's see. Curled it up, or is she missing the tip of her trunk? The one on the far bank, just behind the. No, it's all good. She's all fine. Sorry, it was just at a funny angle. Didn't mean to cause any of you concern out there. Elephants do sometimes injure the tips of their trunks, and they can. It's not common to see, which is why it caught my eye. But she's fine. There's nothing wrong. In fact, there's nothing wrong with any of these elephants in this picture. A young male is just coming through the picture there. He'd be a teenager, an older teenager, maybe in his early 20s, almost ready to move on. This is a slightly older bull, the one that we're looking at in the middle, with his tail facing towards us. Hazy B, you are first to send in your comment this morning, and you said, this is just the best start ever with these baby ellies, so cute. 100% agree with you. Better than watching two newborn baby elephants have their proper bath this morning. Really cool. Now, for those of you who didn't watch yesterday morning we had some wild dogs around this pan. They ended up sleeping in a bush off to the right-hand side of the pan underneath the big fig tree. For what we know, they spent the rest of the morning there after being chased off by some elephant and by some zebra. Can you believe it? Zebra chased off the wild dog. And then we watched a sort of never-ending procession of elephant come down, and a lot of elephant. So this waterhole in particular is definitely very attractive to elephant. And I think it's because there's a mixture of water and mud here. But also I think it's the vegetation around Jamala. You can see that in the background there's a lot of trees. And we'll tactically ignore what's going on the right-hand side of the screen for now. But you can see there's a lot of trees. And so I'm imagining that with the elephant's diet in winter being more biased towards woody species of plants than grass, that the area here is good for them for now. And that elephants will be eating a lot of sticks and roots, lots of bark now at this time of the year, in the dry time of the year. And then that'll change to grass in the summer. Look at that little guy in the back. And there's a youngster with his tail off. I actually think we saw him yesterday. I wonder if it's the same big herd. I don't remember tiny babies like this, but we were looking at wild dog at the time, and so could have missed it. But you saw that, you may have seen that elephant disappeared off the right a little bit, missing the end of its tail, and that was a significant characteristic. One about the same size yesterday also had a missing tail. There we go. These ellies now all moving on. Sanjeev, you missing observation. There seems to be more water that's been pumped into the waterhole. Quite possibly, Sanjeev. It's these water pumps are pumped. So this is an augment. It may very well have started off as a natural pan in the bush that then is just kept full. I love the stance of this Ellie with his backing. And Sanjeev, what they do is it's necessary to pump water, even in places as massive as Madikwe, Kruger National Park, even Ululolo, not Ululolo, Old Donyo, excuse me. Even in places like Old Donyo, where it's enormous wildlife sanctuaries, there are man-made water points, and it's because we've fragmented old migratory paths just with human expansion. It's just part of where we are in our story on this planet. Nothing that we can do about it, barring just realizing it for what it is. Gosh, there's a lot of Ellies. And we do the best we can. And so, having fragmented and built up and used a lot of the naturally occurring water points, it is necessary to augment those with artificial ones. And, where you can, it's always nice to do that with water from renewables and from recycled sources, which is in a lot of cases what's happening with these pans. Yes, that's a muddy Ellie. But yes, to be more specific to your question, it does absolutely look like there's a bit more water. Not by much though. Maybe just overnight. That's really cool.
Have you ever wondered what it's like to be the man behind the lens? Come along and join our expert naturalist, James Hendry, for a photography hangout. Be entertained with safari stories and enjoy a live color grading class. Share in the moments captured and the memories created by his wildlife photography.
From the sublime to the ridiculous, everybody.
Be a part of the fun. WildEarth. It's in your nature.
I always marvel at how it can get in and out of places where even we would battle. You can see this young Ellie was probably going to follow mom. It looks like he's got a few more rocks to step on where he's going. And let's see what this little baby does. The bottom of their feet are very similar to your and my feet. They're soft, covered. The bones are covered with a fatty cushion, like your heel, for instance, around your heel bone. Um, Theirs is just round and entire. We've got a heel and split out toes, but there's just and relatively calloused. So, for those of you who walk around barefoot a lot, you'll notice that in the back of your heel gets a buildup of dry skin and will often crack and form these blocks, and that's what the bottom of an elephant foot looks like. Is this little baby gonna slip? Oh, He got out no problem. Slipping all over the place. He just, whoops, out. And so the bottom of their foot is hard, like a calloused foot would be, but not hard like a hoof is. And they are unbelievably good at getting in and out of mud, of thick bush. I've seen them on top of mountains you'd never believe possible. And there you always find elephant tracks and signs. What's going on here now? You're having a bit of a tiff. You're more than one elephant herd, yeah? Watch this little baby having his belly scratched. Them and Warthog, they have the best scratches. Warthog taking trumps, though. A Warthog can have a scratch on a sharp stick that makes it look like the best activity ever. And see, these two are having a bit of a go at one another while that young Ellie scratches his butt. Oh, what's happening here? The two young bulls cautiously passing one another. They don't want anything to do with each other. Who knows? A little bit of internal politics. Look at that little guy scratching his leg. That female's also careful of this male. Eh? She doesn't like him being close either. I wonder if he's got a bad attitude. Fantastically nuanced, similar to people. They just don't have a voice to raise things. They're super intelligent. They're highly social. And so, what we're witnessing here is too complicated for us to actually understand. We can only just guess at it. Elephants in Madikwe having a fearsome reputation. Definitely got to be careful around them. There's that head shake. You may have heard quite a big flap of the ears. That when they do that folded over ear flap at the top of their ears claps. And it's a sound that actually travels quite far distances in the bush. Something that is a trails guide. Just keep your attention. Yeah, these illies streaming left and right. This little guy's now had his scratch. And now almost time to go. Stacey, you've asked an interesting question. You say you're asking, why do elephants not roll around in the dry sand like they do in the mud and flick it over themselves? Gosh, Stacey, that's a great question. I don't actually know. You do see them rolling around in the sand, but it's usually youngsters. They will roll on the side of termite mounds and things. But it's far more common to see them scooping up dry sand and then flicking it over their backs and on their flanks. Um, gosh, I don't know. I think maybe because buoys them up a little bit, and maybe the sand fulfills a slightly different function than mud. It's all for insulate their backs and flicking at parasites and things. So I get it, but that's an interesting point. I think a lot's got to do with the fact that it's probably a slightly different function. It has a slightly different function to the sand, and waters a lot buoys up the bulk of the elephants, and so is better for them. And maybe it just feels better. Great question there, Stacey, this time of the morning. I love these questions that don't have clear answers. Forces us to use our brains a little bit. Here's an Ellie there stuck in the mud. You can see with his face, no one there battled to get out, that little youngster. We've seen it at other places, especially when the banks are steep. Elephant will, in addition to their four legs and their trunk, quite often put their heads on the floor. I don't know if they're using their tusks or just using the weight of their skulls to anchor them, but they definitely deploy their heads in efforts to get up and down steep places. And what you saw there was that youngster doing exactly that. This elephant in the center, the far bank, looks like he wants to get into the water as well. Look at that youngster on the back, left-hand side at the back, sitting on his bum. Like your dog would at home, or a panda. That's so cool. Now hidden, unfortunately. Gosh. The elephant didn't like that other one. Chased it away. Goodness, we're looking at elephants rushing at each other. I wonder if it's because of the pressure of the there's only a limited amount of fresh water coming out of these pipes. Look at those ellies on the back there, just helping each other out. And then Ivan, you've sent in a comment. You say that you only stumbled upon our program yesterday, and you love the commentary. So, firstly, thank you, Ivan, and then welcome to the community. This WildEarth community and this Live at the Waterhole show is a global community of just nature lovers, and so welcome to the family. And then the commentary of myself and my colleagues is also so amazing, because we're professional field guides that have been working in Africa and around these animals for so long. To understand what you're looking at. So, no, this concept is really cool. And then what I love about it most is the fact that we can watch these animals and not disturb them in any way. So we're really close to what they're doing. And if I don't talk as much, you can even hear what they're doing a lot of the times. Cameras can zoom in and go left and right and up and down and to bother these animals whatsoever. Look at that Ellie sliding.
It's that time time of the year filled with tricks and treats. From the creepers to the crawlies, we're scouting the creatures that keep you up at night. Hang on to your seats as we debunk the myths behind the safari's scariest. Turn out the light and lock your door. There's a spooky safari coming to your home. Come along for some hair-raising fun this Halloween with WildEarth.
There's so much commotion around this pan at the moment. I don't quite know where to look. There's elephants streaming along the back, getting into the water, getting stuck, slipping there, having them. In the foreground, we've got elephants fighting and jostling for their position around the inlet pipe. Some Ellie's just standing and idly just watching what's going on. Okay, let's watch that elephant climbing out of the water now on the right-hand side. Let's see. It looks slippery. You can see how they use their knees there. And you'll see how it may... Oh, no. It's not going to get out now. I was thinking that it may put its head down into the floor using its skull as an anchor. And you highlight the point to it. Trying to... Gosh, that is a moody elephant there in the back. That elephant charge in the back may have been accompanied by a shrill screech and screaming noise. I don't have sound. It would create a difficult thing with me trying to talk and sound coming from my computer. So you may have heard a very shrill trumpeting. So that noise that you may have heard there is just that repertoire of screams, and it can actually be quite terrifying. Elephants can make the most unbelievable noise when they're upset or they're threatened by something. I find it like nails on a chalkboard, actually, too. So just confirm that you guys can hear them trumpeting and screeching at each other. But I find it like nails on a chalkboard. It gets my hair standing. I have an adrenaline rush when I hear it. It's not a pleasant noise for me whatsoever. I don't think it's intended to be pleasant, frankly, but I find myself getting ready for a fight. building a trails guide. Elephant pose and danger to humans on foot. They're big and demand respect out in the bush. And that's quite apart from the fact that humans are in direct conflict with elephant and have been thousands of years. So they don't like people close to them from places where humans have grown up in calm environments and can cohabit with people quite easily. In most environments where elephant damage crops, and in particular, fringe people are poor and rely on their farms. Elephant and human conflict is oftentimes deadly, and so that trumpeting squeal that you heard there is not a nice noise, people. Anyway, enough of that. You see that stuff around, there's a tree there, always garners attention from elephant, and it's not just because it's a great post, but it's also because elephant, in the process of rubbing themselves up against there, with different smells around, not just elephant. Don't scratch there. Lions would scratch and sharpen their claws on that. Different animals will come and utilize that. And you can see that elephant tentatively exploring with the tip of its trunk a number of different sites there, and it's smelling. It's using its nose to smell and read going on. You was going to wonder, like, what animals can tell by their nose. The dogs that are used to track things and find things. Like their world is governed by what they smell through their nose. And elephants have got as good a sense of bloodhound, apparently. One is not coming in. See more seniority than the one drinking, and are going to square off faces with each other. Young male is going to come in. He's going to get a hiding. There's one on the left leaning on this other female. Starbuck, you've asked an interesting question this morning. You want to know how much of the elephant's communication goes through its feet? Gosh, I've never read or heard of anything that suggests that elephant can talk through their feet. Can they feel vibrations through their feet similar to what we can? Sure. I would imagine that their feet are sensitive like ours are. But as to whether they pick up on vibrations from communications or can send vibrations through their feet into the ground, I've never heard of that. But you're welcome to share some piece of information if you've got. I absolutely don't know everything, and more often astounded by scientific discovery. And so I do know that elephant communicate by infrasound, which is very low frequency sound waves that travel incredible distance. Their bodies are big enough to do that, but they don't produce that sound in their feet, nor, as far as I know, are their feet designed to channel that sound from them into the ground. But like I said, feel free to share some info and we'll all learn from it. So these ellies are so nervous of each other. It's just a sign of the times, everyone wants their piece of them, and they're jealously guarding it, but not yet to the point where they are willing to receive or give physical harm to one another. See how long this dry, hot period lasts. I say October is hell month. I mean, obviously, Mother Nature doesn't care about what month I decide that it's hot in. She has her own cycles, and is what it is. But it's within a couple of weeks that the rains will break, and it's leading up to this. It just becomes unbearable to witness the end of a dry season in Zambia a couple of years back in the South Luangwa National Park. Spent, I think, 10 days or so busy watching these, this arched blue sky, and it was above 50 degrees centigrade for days, and at night you could hear the thunder in the horizon. Never rained though. And in the late afternoon you could see these massive towers of clouds building, and the heat was just relentless. And then boom, one day the rains just came. It was such an amazing thing to see. And of course, I've been living through these dry spells in the Kruger National Park for decades and been watching the same thing. For some reason, that particular trip sticks in my mind. Some more illies coming out of the right. So this is another herd. They don't look wet. Oh, are they? Are they wet? Did they just go around the pan? And they're now leaving into the bush. Yeah, looks like they've already been at the water. Yo. They just come in, obviously bigger. It's just like a rugby team. They come in and they just scrum all the smaller ones out of the way. This elephant herd, so they came in and chased away the others. We made space because this big guy is it a girl? Looks big enough in body to be a male. The sort of one on the left that just came barreling in here. But something tells me it's just a big female. Let's see now. It's just now. Can you believe it? That's one of the biggest females I've ever seen in my life. Gosh, she's massive. Really good to see. Like big-bodied elephant really are rare. Usually, big-bodied elephant are associated with big tusks, and for 4, 6, 10,000 years, whatever you want to say, thousands of years, big tusked elephants have been hunted for their ivory, and so their genes are quite rare in the elephant world. With the heaviest elephant ever recorded being over 1,000 kilograms. An elephant that was recorded in Angola holds the record so far for the heaviest elephant. But let me tell you that a female like this, coupled with a giant elephant, one of those giants that we see up in Old Donya in Kenya, or maybe or even one of the big-bodied bulls. The Kruger National Park bulls tend to have the biggest bodies, I think, on average. Imagine those making babies with one of those giants. So, goodness. All right, we've actually been at this pan for some time. The brilliant things about Live at the Waterhole is that we have multiple cameras at multiple waterholes all over the place. So why don't we leave these Ellies to their thing? We can always come back later and go and have a look at what's happening in Namibia at Okakweyo. Fairly large herd of blue wildebeest. We have a present springbuck. So for our new viewers, what we did is countries. We've come from South Africa to Namibia, And we're right up in the north of Namibia at Initosha National Park. And there we have located Kweo, which is the name of a rest camp on the western side of the park, well, central west. And a great day here today. Clear blue sky, little bit of wind. You can see reflections are not super crisp. Springbuck in the middle, there's a midden there, and so the springbuck, you'll notice that full-grown male springbuck like that often will just stop and defecate on the midden, with females and young males passing on. Watch this one, another male, he might stop as well. You can see his tail. No, he's not going to stop. And it's just basically just reinforcing hierarchy. What's lovely about this particular shot is that it's quite rare here to see herds of wildebeest this size. This is the brindled wildebeest or the blue wildebeest.
Welcome to Destination Safari. This evening, steeped in history, we are going to be exploring Leonbosch Country House and Shearers Lodge.
So you can see. See the springbuck cross the water, come and join its friends. Some more wildebeest coming down. It's really so peaceful to see. It's lovely. So yesterday we had a procession of a number of different species around the pan all at the same time. Today we just seem to have springbuck and wildebeest. And as thankful as what I am, it's good. Oh, here's some kudu coming in as well. So I was just about to say, for some reason we seem to see a lot of kudu this pan, but none today. But as I said, it's obviously proven wrong. And there we have some kudu coming down. Small herd coming in. Really cool to see. All right, but these aren't the only animals around, and they're also not. This isn't the only camera. So let's go and do a tour through another camera and go and have a look at what's happening at King's Camp. Amazing. So just like that, what we did is we crossed from very dry Tosha to Kruger National Park, and we've got a small herd of elephant drinking at King's Camp in the Timbavati. This is an area that's received some rain, not a lot. We received 5 or 6 millimeters here over the last 10 days, and you can see what a dramatic effect this has had. Push it up significantly. And definitely doesn't have the same attraction as what Jamala does in Madikwe with those massive herds of elephant that we'll be seeing over the last 24 hours or so. This is just a small herd. Just enjoying a quiet drink. I know I've said it before, but elephant always make drinking water look like the single best thing that they've ever done. It looks so delicious. You can almost imagine sighs of pleasure. That mommy in the background, she's got such long tail hair. Elephants are just like people. Sometimes they have bald tails, especially as they get a little bit older, and sometimes their tail hair is short, and sometimes it's long. This particular elephant looks like she has got beautifully long hair. It almost touches the floor. A nice silhouette on the water of the elephant. Stacey, you've asked a nice question. Do elephant know what species of trees they, knocking down to eat? I think so. Elephant are very specific. They've got a very wide diet, Stacey, so they eat a lot of different plants. But they tend to be quite selective. So they'll move from plant to plant to plant, feeding on a specific thing that's coming into season. And then they'll all of a sudden change and eat another. Just eat the bark or just the leaves. They pick some grasses over others. Definitely quite selective, but with a very wide of diet. And then, of course, they also eat a lot. So, considering the amount of food they eat, it's also bulk feeding. There's an impala in the background. Now, I do apologize. There's some audio problems with my feed. And so it'll sound a bit weird from time to time. It is just one of those things, unfortunately, bringing you a live video feed from some of the most remote places. Gremlins do crop up from time to time, and we are working on it, so we'll try and get it as good as what we can for today. But I do need to apologize for that. I love the way that this left is standing in the water feeding. For those observant of you, you would have noticed the herd of impala in the background moving through the picture. Very common antelope in this part of the world. But nonetheless pretty forward, actually. It's amazing how elephant can almost disappear with their grey color. Even though the bush is greening up quite nicely, you'll see that they do blend in really, really well, no matter what the color of the bush is actually. Often they're also surprised how well they can hide away and how quiet they can be as well. you can see how similar to all the elephants that we watch on hot days, how on the right hand side has wet her head and flanks just in an effort to cool down. And I know at risk of repeating myself here for everyone who watches the show so often, but we have quite a lot of new viewers as well. And why elephant do that is because they're big and they do run the risk of overheating in the hot African sun and environment. And one of the tricks that they use to cool themselves down by wetting their heads and particularly their ears. And you'll notice this elephant actually comes quite close to us. The ends of her ears have very pronounced blood vessels. There she wets them again, particularly behind the ears where the blood vessels come in. And all the blood in the elephant's body goes through their ears. They're like big radiators. That's why their ears are so big. And by wetting them and allowing the breeze from flapping to cool the water down, she cools down that blood significantly. And in a time like this, the times of the year, being able to stay active for longer in the heat is beneficial from a feeding point of view. They need more time to eat. You can't do that if they're overheating and have to be hiding in the shade.
It's time to tap into your owl-like wisdom and elephant-like memory. Gear up for a month of Animal Quizmania this November. Teams will pit against each other every Saturday for some good old-fashioned interactive fun on The Sunset Show. To enter, form a team of at least 2 people, fill out the form on our website, and name your team. Come along and put yourself and your challenges to the test. WildEarth, bringing the fun to the safari.
Now that these elephants have moved on and the water has itself, you can see that the reflection is quite sharp. And I just noticed that there's a swallow busy picking water up from the surface. Let's see if it comes back. Its nest might be quite far away. Swallows will drink water on the wing and collect water as well on the wing. It's out of mud in trees and cavities, also in camps on the walls and under eaves. Epically, though, we're not only stuck at one camera, we have others. And let's go and see what's happening at Jamala, which is arguably going to be a lot more busy. True to form. So much drier. And of course, the competition for this water at the hole will be much higher as well. And with it, the resultant action from these elephant herds that are just coming in here in streams today. There must easily have been 100 elephant through this waterhole just in the time since we started the show to now. It's only been on for an hour. And as you can see, not a lot of rain has been falling here at all, if any. And it's because Madekwe sits in a much drier part of South Africa. Not by much. The average rainfall in Kruger, where we're now at King's Camp, and here is actually quite similar. It just falls at different times of the year. This place was virtually underwater in February, March this year. Not so now. Love those little ones drinking on the right. There's something about an elephant stretching as far down as it can go. See how long that trunk extends. Amazing their reach, actually. As we were chatting about a little bit earlier, there's so many subtleties when it comes down to highly intelligent animals that don't talk to one another, like humans do. Can't convert feelings and emotions into words. And a lot of it is to do with reading body language and subtleties. And when elephants are grouped together like this, there's just any number of something going on. You can see there in the background, that scratching post, there's a baby having a good scratch there. And then you've got this giant female elephant in the center, just left of center. Absolutely beautiful elephant. One of the biggest female elephant I've ever seen. At least I'm assuming she's female. I think it is the same one that we were with. Magpie, you've asked an interesting question this morning. Um, you've being tuskless is the only recessive gene found in elephants. Goodness. Um, just because I am an ignorant human being, I'm going to say no. I don't know enough to answer that question, to be honest with you, Magpie. I'm assuming that they carry other recessive genes through from time to time that become dominant and will then be passed down as dominant genes. But you are very correct in your assessment that we often see elephant all looking uniformly exactly the same. They don't have much pigmentation differences. They've obviously got no marks or colorations on their skin. And the only thing we do see often is tuskless elephants, so elephants that are born without tusks, as a gene that's being carried through. Um, is it recessive? That's also a question that's just cropped up in me. I don't, gosh, yeah, I don't know enough about this topic to actually sound anything except ignorant. So, I mean, I can give you my point of view. Um, at some point, being tuskless must have been, so an elephant was born without tusks, for whatever reason that was. That was then carried through into the population of elephant. In some cases, recessively; in other cases, dominant. And now we find elephant without tusks all over the place. Um, so I think on an individual basis, in some populations, you'll find it as a recessive gene. In other places, you're going to find it as a dominant gene. A big elephant coming through here. That's obviously a male. Let's just see as soon as he comes in. Yeah, he's a male. How much taller he is than the females. Even this beautifully massive female in the foreground. And he's just bullied his way in here. He's going to come and have a drink. Doesn't matter who's in his way. But done very respectfully.
Are you afraid of the dark? It's Friday the 13th and we've got pumpkin for you to talk about. From spiders to snakes and everything in between, we're fighting our animal phobias this spooky season. Join Cedric and Tessa for an irresistible Ask Me Anything as we discuss the creatures we are scared of and debunk stereotypes. Fight and face your fears with WildEarth.
This little illy that's just finished giving itself a sand bath, lying down on the sand rather than picking it up. And then the one on the far left, you can see holding its tusk. Usually that's a sign, a mild sign of insecurity. Let's look at this little one in the background. You're going to go into the mud. You've just been rolling around in the sand. Now what are you going to do? Scooping whatever out of the way. This one's already had a mud bath. Smaller females, yeah, not tolerated here. You must move. It's obviously from a different family. You can almost mood. But because we don't speak in body language as much anymore, often we're reluctant to say exactly what it is. So many elephants here. And we were talking a little bit about weights. So that big female that's in the center there, although she looks like a male because her skull is so big compared to all these younger females around her, she's dwarfed by the other elephant on the left, the big male. And he isn't even a big elephant. He's just a generally sized elephant. He still probably weighs 4,000 or 5,000 kilograms, and she's probably coming in at about 4,500 herself. No, a little bit less than that, 3.5 to 4.5 kilograms. Testing her head on her head mate. Cool. So there in the background, you would have seen the little Ellie just use his head as an anchor to get out. Got a bit stuck on the muddy slopes. Here you can see on the left, you can see a tuskless elephant. What we were talking about the other day. Oh, just now, excuse me, not the other day, minutes ago. No harm done with not having. It does obviously hamper their feeding efforts a little bit, but not by much. She's obviously very healthy. This elephant. She doesn't look skinny. She's a good size. So you can see that definitely isn't a make or break. Not have, and in fact, elephants break their tusks even if they've got them for any number of reasons as well.
Welcome to Destination Safari. This evening, steeped in history, we are going to be exploring Leeuwenbosch Country House and Shearers Lodge.
That big guy now, he's moved off. He's had enough to drink, all 200 liters of it or so for an elephant his size. And he will drink once a day, especially at this time of the year where they have to move so far to find food. And so he'll only come back to this water, perhaps even other water. Who knows how far he'll move. Elephant can move up to 80 kilometers in a night. They don't usually do that for obviously, but they can move incredible distances in a day. I've been lucky enough to spend some time on foot with the elephant, and I can tell you that as slow as what they look, they move through the bush. It's faster than you can walk normally. This herd has now been around this water for quite some time. I still think that there's more than one herd here. There are obviously more than one herd here, at least. And they've all been jostling for their position to come and drink from the fresh water spout. But this one seems to be around for a while. They were pushing through here at a rate of knots a little bit earlier. It looks like the urgency, or at least the number of elephant that need to drink, is sort of reduced. Feels like all the elephant in this entire area of Madigan to drink today and yesterday. Once done, they'll spread out into the bush around. also have our Africam feeds with us now after 12, and they'll till 3 o'clock today. And we've now moved over from Madikwe back to the Greater Kruger National Park, where we're at Naledi Pan, and with two of our favorite, a mom and a baby warthog. Often we've seen them grazing on the grass that's growing on the water edge. And I'm so chuffed to see that they're doing so well and are still alive and healthy. It's just so nice. So this is a mother and her youngster. The mother's on the right, and you can see by her it's not just full because she's eating such a healthy grass layer. She is super pregnant. In a couple of weeks, she's going to be going underground and will be having her babies. And then this youngster is going to be joined by his sisters around about early December. It's a young male, so he won't be welcome to stay for 2 months. As soon as he moves through adolescence and matures, the female won't tolerate her anymore. But just have a look at the way that they feed. She's taught this youngster to come and use this grass in this pan, which is always a danger in the Kruger National Park because of crocodiles. But they've been lucky, and no crocodiles have moved in here, and they've just had this sort of uncontested field of perfectly green growing grass. I'm in such good condition. Normally, warthog at this time of the year look dreadful. Very skinny and in need of some nourishment. She's a girl, this, and I think it's just going to do her babies so well. And I can't wait to see her babies. I hope that she brings them down even after this break, because she'll only bring them out after the rains have broken. And it's going to be anyone's guess to know when we see them, but it's in the first little bit of December. Mary Kate, do you want to know if warthogs flood the market like impala do? So that's a great question, Mary Kate. But for everyone who doesn't know what Mary Kate's talking about, impala all have a rut. Their rut is in May, and so they get covered, mated with, all within a very short space of time. And of course, they all have their babies within a very short space of time as well. And what Mary Kate's saying is, well, asking is if warthog do the same thing, where if all of a sudden, all the female warthog in the area will all give birth around about the same time. And what that does is it floods the market, as Mary Kate is saying, with youngsters, and who are very vulnerable for the first couple of weeks of their life. And so, relatively speaking, collectively, more youngsters survive when everyone is growing up around about the same time. To answer your question, Mary Kate, yes. That we find that female warthog, generally speaking, all give birth within a couple of weeks of one another and do tend to flood the market. And also around about the same, seeing all the baby impala. So there's this flood of youngsters, not just from warthog, and in fact, a lot of different species have it. And all the predators disappear. So from a field guide's point of view, that sort of, as soon as the rains break, and that sort of late November, early December is a tough time to see animals, predators, because they're all sitting on kills far away from roads and they don't move. So they don't leave tracks anywhere. You can't find them because they don't move very far. And it does become a bit of a problem. But very soon the babies grow up and the predators need to start moving again because it becomes harder to catch things that are strong and vigilant. Gosh, this mom is an absolute feast. She's obviously been for a bit of a swim. And Janice, you've noticed that this water is quite red, and you've asked why. Janice, that's a type of algae that's growing on the water. So it's just as the water is busy, as the water level is going down with heat, certain things have their time to shine, and algae is one of those things that as soon as the water starts to get a little bit stagnant and is getting low, that they start to proliferate. So you're seeing an algal bloom there. It should disappear as soon as the rains fall and the pan fills up with runoff. But in some extreme cases, it can actually completely choke the water, oxygenate it as well. So in extreme cases, algae can become a problem, particularly when you get a infestation of blue-green algae, which then makes the water so toxic that even animals like warthog and elephant and lots of animals die. And blue-green algae infestations around pans in the Kruger are quite common. It's just one of those things, Again, Mother Nature has a way of maintaining a balance at a scale that at least from my particular comprehension, I can't really understand. Things are so super complex and so finely balanced, only attuned to one another. And you've got, yes, this mom is having a proper mud bath. I love it when warthog have a mud bath. We think elephant can have fun in the mud, but warthog, they have as much. It's so cool. So yeah, it's at a scale that's so massive, implicated and so interconnected, from living and non-living and weather patterns and everything. I mean, it becomes really difficult to try and comprehend. What I like to do though is just realize, it's had 4 billion years of practice, or 3.5 billion years of practice she's doing. I thought just getting it. Finished eating? But and now right back to lunch. Now that water finished its muddy bath and disappeared in a absolute sprint after mom. Didn't want to be left behind, and I think mom that she just packed up and left easy about a minute or so ago. It's left us with nothing to look at except what they were feeding on and an empty well. I quite like this pan, and it was so nice to see those two warthog characters. To be honest, really cool. All right, we don't need to watch an empty wallow though. Thankfully, we have other cameras to go to. And so without further ado, why don't we go up to Kenya and go and see what's happening here. Well, two amazing things strike me. This is the first time we're coming to El Doño today. One is that we've got some giant elephant in the frame, and the second is that the hive of bees that pulled in yesterday is still around the camera and furiously still busy. So all those little dots flying through the camera are not snow from some technical gremlins. They're actually beehive that arrived yesterday, and are obviously now in residence and are utilizing a cavity somewhere close by. But luckily not close to these elephant. Elephant will be nervous of bees, and as well as anything else that comes close to this nest. But just look at how beautiful these two bull elephants are. As we were chatting a little bit earlier, Old Doño in this area of Kenya has some of the largest tusked bulls in the world. And we're lucky enough that Africam has a camera up here for us to see them from time to time. Other places where we've got enormous bulls, Africam have a camera up at Tembe Elephant Park in south of the Kruger. And there are also some ginormously tusked elephant bulls. I don't think servicing this camera or anything like it is going to be possible for the next couple of weeks while these bees are around. There are just so many of them, it's crazy. Interesting. Can you hear them humming on your side? I don't have sound on my side. I can't hear if the bees are buzzing there. Here's a Patterson's eland bull, a full-grown eland bull. Interestingly, the sound of these ellies splashing the water is overpowering the noise of the bees that the camera can actually pick up, which is a good thing. I'm happy that you're hearing this noise. I'm also equally happy to see this beautiful herd of eland, the bull being the grayer one closest to us, and the cows being slightly more smaller and redder. And this beautiful bull. Yes, these elephants are having a. You find it incredible how much force they can actually generate with their trunk spraying the water down their flanks. It's actually so cool to see. have a little bit more about working elephants and bees. It's a research that we were chatting about yesterday, considering we've got this beehive that's around this camera now, and we've got a lot of elephants. And Kenya in particular, the human-wildlife conflict that they have between local communities is profound. So I've now found the website where this research project that's started by Dr. Lucy King documents what they're busy doing. And I'm going to read it to you. So excuse me reading this while I do it. But it's called Elephants and Bees. And it's part of a project, is part of the Save the Elephants Human Existent program based in Kenya next to Tsavo National Park, just north of where we are now with Old Donya. The award-winning project explores the use of beehive fences as a natural element, helping protect farmers and farmland. The idea is based on an innovative research using elephants' fear of African honeybees to help reduce and minimize an elephant conflict incidents. A win-win addition to this deterrent method is fences help create a social boost through pollination services and the harvesting of elephant-friendly honey. So that's pretty cool. I must be honest with you, when I heard about it a couple of years back, they brought one portion of the project into South Africa. I didn't actually realize it started in Kenya, but it makes perfect sense. Creating these biological fences with beehives and thus reduce damage to crops are so cool. But we don't have a picture. We only got bees in Patterson's eland at the moment. That is such a great picture. This bull eland is probably the most spectacular bull eland that I've seen at Afrikaans or Donya Pan. The largest of the African antelope. And here we have a Maasai giraffe. The tallest land mammal on the face of the planet, standing at 5 meters tall at the top of his, dwarfing the already giant Patterson's eland. These eland weigh upwards of 900 kilograms, so 1,800 pounds. You can see that although there's frantic activities around this camera, they don't extend that activity out to the pan, so whatever activity is happening there isn't really bothering the bees too much, thankfully. If they did, the bees would swarm and attack the animals. And we're chatting about, to their detriment, bees have a barbed sting.
This Spooktober is all about scales. In honor of Reptile Awareness Day, WildEarth is hosting a fireside chat with James Henry and reptile expert Chris Cook.
You are at risk of being bitten by it.
Come along as we talk all things reptiles and learn more about the scaly soldiers of the safari. Don't miss out. Watch it live on your nearest device. WildEarth, it's in your nature.
just busy reading some more on these elephants and bees research project where they use beehive fences as a deterrent to elephant. And what they're saying here is there's an 80% success rate of the project in Sangala, Kenya, which is close. It's in Tsavo, next to Tsavo East National Park, which is very close to where we are in Antonio. And then they say here, the beehive fence protected farms in Sangala have an average of 80% success rate against crop raiding elephant. I think that is such a fantastic thing. And there's training that's happening to farm bees now. And of course, the whole economy around honey. And because farming is more successful, more people will farm, and there's food security there. And what a great thing. Really amazing. Not taking away from the beauty of these Maasai giraffe at all, obviously. It's just the thing to chat about this week while we have bees in residence. A young female giraffe busy drinking, just right of center. Tough to say whether these bees are going to be staying here for a while or moving. It'll be interesting actually to see how long they stick around for. You can see the oxpeckers on the giraffe. There you go. Such a great view. Oh, these cameras are amazing. You can see the oxpecker there on the giraffe's flanks, combing through the hair, looking for mites and ticks, other parasites, cleaning wounds, keeping the giraffe in tip-top shape, and in the process, getting food. These look like the red bulldog. So cool to see. They've actually got these specially designed beaks with almost like a comb on it that they can then comb through the fur more effectively, weaning off all that they can. In fact, a large portion of their diet is actually also made up of blood from the wounds that they keep clean. Oh, what's happening here? She got a bit of a fright. Something disturbed. Lots of oxpeckers. You're probably hearing them in the audio there with their beaks open like that. They're resting in there, but they also cry shrilly. And it's part of the symbiotic relationship that they have with the giraffe, and that in return for the giraffe's tolerance and obviously them getting a meal as a result, they provide a sentry duty. Gosh, there are a lot of bees. That is so cool to see. The giraffe was bothered by the bees, or if the bees had extended their flight path slightly out. Just the giraffe. And they would sting a giraffe as easy as they sting a human. Comes to yet there are still some animals and birds that utilize wax and honey as their diet. The honey-guide bird is a common bird out here in Africa and has a symbiotic relationship with a honey badger, which looks very similar to European badger or wolverine. And the bird will often lead a honey badger to a hive site where the honey badger uses its and tenacity and sharp claws to claw open the hive. It then gets a feast. The leftovers are left for the honey guide. And I've been lucky enough to be led to a beehive by a honey guide. They also have the same relationship with humans as they do with the honey guide, as the honey badger. And I was very happy to see this honey guide lead me to a nest. We couldn't get in, not that I wanted to anyway. I'm deadly allergic to them, but it was in the trunk of a very hard wood tree, and without the tree, you would never have been able to get to the hive. It was in such a great place. Gotcha. Making his way out. Something's disturbed the relative peace and solitude. I made the observation that is it greener around Aldonio's bush than it was a few weeks ago? Oh, well. Something's coming. This giraffe is looking there in the distance. These pans tend to have the most incredible turnaround rate. You leave them for a second and all of a sudden there's another group of animals that come in. The wider angle, we've got bees, we can see them a little bit more. They seem to be blowing in and blowing out. I would say that the hive is probably off on our left-hand side slightly. That giraffe is definitely skittish. Something is coming. All right, now as busy as what Africam Oldonio is up in Kenya, Africam Tau Lodge is also another hive of activity. Why don't we go and see what's going on? So there we now come back to South Africa into Madikwe, not too far away from Jamala, where we've been looking at literally about 100 elephant today. Africam Tau is a larger body of water, and there's some wildebeest and zebra in the background. So our usual herd that hangs around here. And then we've got a number of birds in the picture. Starting at the bottom, we've got a pair of Egyptian geese. And then some white-faced duck, blacksmith lapwing, and some fairly large birds in the background, which I can't identify yet. A lot going on here. There's also a couple of crocodile. There's apparently 5 crocodile. I've only ever seen 3, but there's also crocodile that love these grassy banks. And usually on a hot day like this, we have a lot of elephant coming down here as well. Some waterbuck as well from time to time. The black-winged stilt, right of the stump. There's a spoonbill here, a pair of spoonbill for a couple of days. About a week or so. Don't know if they're still here. It's actually the first time I'm seeing tau in quite some time, probably more than a week, 10, 12 days. Some common moorhen and red-knobbed coot as well. Lots of activity here today. One Egyptian relaxing.
Have you ever wondered what it's like to be the man behind the lens? Come along and join our expert naturalist, James Hendry, for a photography hangout. Be entertained with safari stories and enjoy a live color grading class. Share in the moments captured and the memories created by his wildlife photography.
From the sublime to the ridiculous, everybody.
Be a part of the fun. WildEarth. It's in your nature.
The top of the screen and in the middle and in the foreground we've got the Egyptian geese, 3 different pairs, and then definitely not a South African shelduck as we saw when we zoomed in there. So thank you to the zoomy who zoomed in there for us so we could properly identify them. I don't know what these 2 birds are that are sitting with their white chests to us and sleeping. We'll see when they stick their heads up. We've got the black-winged stilt Bird with the white head and the black wings feeding vigorously. In front of that, about halfway to the little grassy tuft, we've got a tiny little bird, a three-banded plover, feeding in the pan. We've got a red-knobbed. Gosh, lots of birds here today. And then some white-faced duck and a blacksmith lapwing on the banks. Our wildebeest. So these are the brindled canoe or the blue wildebeest that we've been seeing. You even saw some when we were in Namibia a little bit earlier. There's a waterbuck as well. And you can see with that brilliant, bold white ring on the rump, the following mechanism. Everything just taking it super easy, not wanting to expend any unnecessary energy. Staying hydrated, staying as cool as what they can, and then obviously trying not to get eaten by anything. All right. Let's go. Talking about Okakwero and their herds of herbivores, why don't we head up to Namibia and Okakwero and go and see what's come down to the water? Just like yesterday, we've got another massive herd of ellies coming down almost at the same time as well. And then a giraffe as well, which we don't often see around pans here at Okakwero. It's hard not to say, is this the same herd of elephant as we saw yesterday? They were drinking around about the same time. That's just so nice. Look at them. All these babies having a proper swim, mud bath, everything just... That's so nice. Little baby there with his mom in the foreground. Gosh, they can fling mud on themselves. They're trying to get it into crack and crevasse on their skins. This one in the center is flinging mud so far it's almost going across the pan. It's super hot. Zebra in the distance. There's this one on the right. He's going to go for this one. Are you going to lie down? So much activity. Here's one lying down in the center along with he's going to swim, man. Gosh. It's almost time for me to hand over to Ralph. Of course, the live at the Waterhole is to 3 o'clock. But the two of us that share guiding for you, which I think is amazing because you get such different points of view from all of us. So nice to do. And so why not? And Ralph is taking over for me today. And we'll carry on, hopefully giving you guys well, we have no control of what animals come down here. So, for luck's sake, I hope that you have carry on with the momentum we've had from today, and just some more amazing footage. So, for me, I just want to say thank you. Thanks for your support. Thanks for everything, and we'll catch up with you again. And I'm going to keep quiet now while Ralph gets himself ready, and then we'll see you when I see you. All the best. Stay safe. Have a nice day.
So, thank you very much to my very good friend Stefan Winterboer. And for any new viewers that have just joined us, hello and welcome to Live at the Waterhole, where first up, we're coming to you live from the Etosha National Park in Namibia and in the world, the Okokuyu Waterhole. What a wonderful sighting this is to start off with. My name is well, what does the bush hold in store for us today? It goes without saying that you'll have to sit back, relax, and see what comes down to the waterhole. Here we've got a huge herd of elephants in the water, lots of youngsters enjoying themselves. And well, yesterday was absolutely amazing. We had a breakaway group of 4 young wild dogs at the Madikwe Game Reserve, and in particular the Jamala Waterhole. So I wonder what's going to be happening for us today. A good start here in a great white place. But as per usual, please don't have an experience. So we'd love for you to with us and send us through your questions and your comments. You can do that by going on the WildEarth website and registering. You can also join the conversation on X as Twitter. And to do that, you can use the hashtag WildEarth. You can also on the live chat. Let us know what you'd like to chat about, any ecological concepts or principles, or what you'd like to know about the specific waterholes in general, or in the conversation. It's around this time of year when the elephants return from the eastern side. At this time of year, lots of the elephants return onto around Okokuyu, and then as it's hot going lunchtime is when the elephants do come down to quench their thirst, cool off, have a dust bathe. They disappear off looking for food. And on the waterhole like this, they pretty much commandeer the place. So you see all the antelopes sort of taking a back seat, the likes of zebra and springbok, oryx or gemsbok, and you also have black-faced impala and kudu that will make an appearance at some stage as well. But they've got to just negotiate in between these elephants. So sorry, video breakup. Apologies for that. I think it might be due to signal. We do operate remotely, and sometimes there's a little bit of signal. So apologies for that. But just look how these elephants are enjoying love. And it's something always wonderful to watch as well. I know for a fact, for coming to this particular game reserve, for me, was in about the year 2000. So at this time of year, very hot, and so the elephants want to come through, particularly at this time of day, to come and cool off. The one bonus, I must say, is that it's a very dry heat. So there's little to no humidity at all. In fact, I think it's probably in the minus. In Namibia being in a super desert, so 100 times more evaporation than transpiration. It is the driest in the world. So, and as per usual, it seems like the signal has been given, and these are now starting to make their trek back towards the feeding grounds. There's always a few stragglers, though, and it's normally the young bulls that hang around and enjoy the water till the last minute. And then sometimes you see that they're actually left behind and they rush to catch up with the herd. So, Robert, that's a good question. And around crocodiles, you often see the animals here going into the water and swimming. The elephants, we also see oryx in particular, the ones that can survive without no water in their entire lives, but they're the ones that seem to enjoy the most from antelope. But no, there's no crocodiles here. In fact, in Namibia, there are no crocodiles at all, generally. In the boundary between Namibia and Angola in the Kunene River, there's a lot of crocodiles. And then, of course, into the Caprivi with the Zambezi River and the river, there we do know lots and lots of crocodiles. But this area was a massive land sea, and it used to be fed by the Kunene River itself. So historically, there probably were crocodiles here in this massive inland sea, but through tectonic movement, the Kunene River has been dived straight towards the ocean. So it fills this inland ocean or sea, as we call it. And I think over the river has not fed this area. It became too crocodiles to survive. So yes, Robert, no crocodiles in Etosha, and there's also no buffalo. So they also have a very high water requirement. Obviously, these small water holes are permanent now. They are natural springs, but they would normally have dried up during the course of the year and over the different dry seasons. Currently now, with having fence, they do keep these water holes filled. So now also, as I've mentioned, the elephants now all on Yellow Brick Road.
It's that time of the year filled with tricks and treats. From the creepers to the crawlies, we're scouting the creatures that keep you up at night. Hang on to your seats as we debunk the myths behind the safari's scariest. Turn out the light and lock your door. There's a spooky safari coming to your home. Come along for some hair-raising fun this Halloween with WildEarth.
a little bit of movement there. I think there is a mix of springbok and black on the sort of left side to hold just off of that leadwood tree that is very prominent and has always been there through the years that I've come. And there's often Vero's eagle owls nesting in there as well. So I'm hoping that this year, again, and you can see how the animals aren't scared of the water, because over the last few thousand years, there's been no scared of the water, as well as then a relearned behavior to these animals really enjoying and going in quite deep without the presence of crocs. And the existing pan itself is just to the north of this camp itself. And the Gulf now consists, it's 60 kilometers north and 20 kilometers west of white nothingness. It's too salty, nothing really grows there. They say there is one small species of grass.
Die ist weggetippelt, so schnell kommt sie gar nicht.
What a wonderful little progression we have here. It's been a very long time until we've had, or since we've had giraffe coming through. So this is a wonderful improvement. The elephants have returned from the east, and now we have some giraffe as well. I think there hasn't been too many for the last little while, so that's wonderful to see. And a couple of waterfowl do eke out an existence here. I don't think it's very easy for them. The little grebe, as well as looks like Egyptian geese as well. Not the best spot for them, but they do have the place pretty much to themselves, apart from the antelope and the elephants and all the rest, but not many birds here. It is also the time of year, or a little bit later on in the year, that when the rain does come and there's sufficient rain in the area and there's enough fill up of the sort of southern or southeastern side of the pan itself, that you do have a lot of flamingos coming in to nest, which is an absolutely wonderful sight to behold when you, or if you get to go to Etosha at that time of year and you get to witness that. So one of the stragglers or elephants just moving through on the left there. Maybe it's a lone bull. Generally alone or singular elephants. Generally bulls moving around on their own. Not always following the herd, except when they're in must. So what a wonderful start it is for me here, witnessing all of those elephants having a lovely swim and the last bull seemingly following in behind them. Nice to see a giraffe that's returned and hopefully sticks around. Lots of springbok, gemsbok, and zebra, as well as I think there were some also black-faced impala. But it looks like it's emptying out now a little bit. So I think we'll change of place and let's head all the way into South Africa, the Northwest Province, the Madikwe Game Reserve, and Africam Tau. Sorry, not Africam Tau. In fact, we've gone to the Sabi Sands of the Greater Kruger National Park and Djuma, where we've got ourselves a helmet guinea fowl. Looks like a little bit of wind coming through, but I think this guinea fowl probably has made its way down for a drink. Maybe a little bit of a water bath. We'll have to just wait and see. Looks like it's doing a little bit of feather maintenance and some preening. But always fun to watch guinea fowl. They are very comical indeed.
Welcome to Destination Safari. This evening, steeped in history, we are going to be exploring Leeuwenbosch Country House and Shearers Lodge.
I do love the helmeted guinea fowl's colors on their head with that very Roman-like helmet on the top and then that turquoise color going down the sides of their faces. Very special. And guinea fowl do fall prey to quite a lot of, especially the small predators, but even young leopards, young lions, they can catch them as well. Not I haven't really seen hyenas catch them, but jackals, caracal, and any of the smaller cats. And then, of course, lots of predatory birds, particularly black sparrowhawks. They love. Right, so a nice little whistle stop here at Djuma in the Sabi Sands. I think as this guinea fowl is now departing, I think we'll do exactly that as well. And let's head up to East Africa, Kenya, and Africam Old Donyo. Where we've got lots of giraffe around, a little bit of breakup in the picture though. Sometimes this camera does give us a little bit of issues. And I did hear that Stefan Winterboer before me, he was talking about these bees that have arrived and it seems like they pulled in yesterday. So this is new to me. I wonder if they're nesting somewhere around the camera here or if it's just a bit of a bivouac before they move on. But quite interesting indeed, and I wonder if it's going to affect any of the activity of the animals around this waterhole itself. Because I know that elephants really despise bees. Not that they really are able to sting them, I think their skin is too thick, but I think it's just the buzzing that gets to them. It doesn't seem to bother the animals for now, but lovely to see this herd of giraffe, or journey, tower, whatever you want to call them, all coming in for a drink, as well as these zebra now moving in as well. I often find that the zebra outnumber all the other animals, but that they can even push the elephants off, which is quite astounding because I've never seen that at any other water holes. But I think it's the understanding here that if they have the numbers, as they do when it's during the migration, and they can pretty much move any of the animals out if they band together. And of course, also at this time of year, the African honeybees are very active because of lots of flowers around. So UOA, I'm pretty sure that this, it might be another natural waterhole that is topped up. I do know that the lodge fills this waterhole. I've seen them doing it. There is a bit of a pipe somewhere, but I've even seen them coming in with a truck. So this another one, I think, a bit of a natural, but also topped up to keep this as a water source for the animals in the area. This is on 111,000 hectares of private land. So it's not in a national park, but it is in between the Amboseli and Tsavo national parks. And it's a very scenic as well. It's very sort of murky, cloudy, hazy in the background, but we have a beautiful view over the Mount Kilimanjaro. But you can only really see when it's very clear. And as I always say, the most photogenic of all the animals in the bush are zebra, particularly when they come down for a drink like this and they line up. This makes for beautiful photographs and mosaics, and here is no different. So just going in a little bit closer to the bank there, you can see some of that water coming out. That is pumped in. So you can see, and that answers the question that was there previously. They do top it up on a regular basis with those huge elephants that it's always worthwhile just checking along the banks of this little waterhole as well, because we often see lots of little birds coming in to drink, and I'm always hoping to see the little cutthroat finches. But there's also emerald spotted wood doves that come in, ringneck doves, and we've had some predatory birds, the likes of gymnogene or the African harrier hawk, as well as African hawk eagle has come in to drink as well. So lovely bird sightings too. It does look like it's emptied out a little bit, and they generally don't stay very long like that. But also it does give any of the birds that are around an opportunity to come in for a drink when the antelope and the elephants and the giraffe aren't present. So you never do know. And just as I've said that, what is that that's coming to land? Looks like a raven or a crow. Yeah, I think it's a white-necked raven, that one. But anyway, that being said, and seeing a bird come in, I think we'll go to another waterhole that's very good for birding, and that's in the Madikwe Game Reserve, Africam Tau. I said that we were going here earlier and we went to Juma, but well, this time we're going here for real. A couple of guinea fowl just feeding off to the side of this lovely big waterbuck bull. It looks like he's not ruminating or anything, he's just having a relaxing chill out. And of course you can see the signs of lots of elephant activity, so hopefully we'll also see some of them coming through. Still very dry here in Madikwe. There's been a splattering of rain, but not anything substantial, so we're hoping for that in the days to come. You really often find that the antelope do take the middle of the day to sort of rest and sleep. It's probably the safest time, during a 24-hour period for an animal to actually sleep, especially the prey species, antelope in particular, because it's the time of day that there's the least activity from predators, very high heart rates, and so the hotter it is, normally the less activity there would be from predators. So the best time of the day for an animal to have a snooze would be then, and looks like that's exactly what this waterbuck bull is doing. He's not the only one. There's another one there on the right. So with the predators being active at night when it's cooler and when they have an advantage because of their ability to see in very low light conditions, that's also when the prey species really need to be on their toes, because they've got to be worrying about those active predators. And birding wise, what we can expect to see here, the three-banded plovers, blacksmith lapwings, which is seemingly what we're seeing right there, three-banded on the left and a blacksmith lapwing on the right. Also three-banded plover moving through on the right as well. We can see South African shell ducks, Egyptian geese, the little grebes and moorhens and red-knobbed coots. There's also been some African spoonbills, grey herons. So an excellent spot for that. And you can see those beautiful bands on this little plover, and that's why it gets its name.
It's time to tap into your owl-like wisdom and elephant-like memory. Gear up for a month of Animal Quizmania this November. Teams will pit against each other every Saturday for some good old-fashioned interactive fun on the Sunset Show. To enter, form a team of at least 2 people, fill out the form on our website, and name your team. Come along and put yourself and your challenges to the test. WildEarth, bringing the fun to the safari.
So there we can see Egyptian goose, blacksmith lapwings at the top there. Those are black-winged stilts. And then we've got moorhen off to the left. And also at the top of your screen, just underneath that log that's lying in the water, bit of driftwood. And of course there's a couple of yellow-billed ducks. And of course the yellow-billed ducks most comfortable when they're actually in the water. So Valentino, there are sort of quite a few water holes around Madikwe. I can't tell you the exact amount of them, but they also do have rivers running through. But I'll do a little bit of digging and see exactly how many there are in the reserve. You know, it's like if you had to ask me about Etosha and exactly how many of them there are, I'd have to go through each and every one and work out how many there are. So I'll try that with Madikwe, and I'll get back to you shortly. There we've got a friendly hammerkop, that brown bird that's just been walking through on top of the rocks. Also bottom left, those are white-faced whistling ducks. So once again, the birding is excellent. What is that hammerkop up to? They would feed on frogs and tadpoles and sometimes fish, but I think the majority of their diet is frogs. Now, those ducks just next to the white-faced ducks, those look like teal. So, Andrew, I think you want to know how many birds are permanent at this waterhole. Well, all of these waterfowl and the birds that live on the edges, so popular, I would also say permanent. So I'm not quite sure on the meaning of that question, because I would say they're all popular. But as I say, these guys are all resident. The blacksmith lapwings, the little banded plovers. I really like the spoonbills, the African spoonbills that come in. And of course, the hammerkop, which is a bird steeped in African folklore, and the massive nest that they build. So I would definitely say that a hammerkop is popular, because it's one of those birds that we have lots to talk about, especially with their massive nests that they build. These teal, they do look like they might be Cape teal. And then, of course, the grey herons that are very patient hunters, as we were watching them yesterday as well. Very sharp bill, long neck, and so they spear fish and frogs. Always lovely to watch as well. So just reverting back to the question on how many waterholes there are in the Madikwe Game Reserve, I've just pulled up a map of the reserve, and it seems like there's around about 18 prominent waterholes around the reserve, most of them up sort of on the northern side of the reserve itself. And then there's the permanent Mariko River, which runs along the eastern boundary of the reserve itself. So I think it's probably between, there might be more, but those are prominent waterholes, and this one obviously a Tau 2. So I would say upwards of 18. That's how many you can see on the map itself. And then obviously this one here at the Tau Lodge. And Tau, T-A-U, is Tswana or Setswana for lion. So they call it the place of the lion here at this particular spot. And with it being very close, so it's northern Tutu that is spoken, but also Setswana being very close to Botswana, and Setswana is spoken by the Motswana. So, and Tswana very close to Tutu, northern and southern Sotho. So the words all pretty much the same. It's quite similar to Zulu and Xhosa, very similar dialect. And also nice to see that a lot of the birds are pairing up. It's that time of year. So the white-faced whistling ducks, the teals, and the yellow-billed ducks here, you can see paired up.
Are you afraid of the dark? It's Friday the 13th and we've got pumpkin for you to talk about. From spiders to snakes and everything in between, we're fighting our animal phobias this spooky season. Join Cedric and Tessa for an irresistible Ask Me Anything as we discuss the creatures we are scared of and debunk stereotypes. Fight and face your fears with WildEarth.
And so, like I said, lots of activity from the little birds here. And there's the moorhens. We can see a little three-banded plover. There is another tiny little bird moving around in the mud. I'm wondering, could it be three-banded plover chicks? Right in the middle, but close at the bottom of the screen there. There's a very small little bird. I think it is, in fact, a baby three-banded plover. How cute is that? And you see, I mean, the adult three-banded plover are small as it is, but with that little there, you can see struggling to move through the craters for that sized animal in the mud. Right, so we've had some lovely birding here at the Africam Tower in the Madikwe Game Reserve, but I think it's time to change of place, so we're going to head back to East Africa and Africam Old Donyo. We've still got the buzzing bees and a nice little group of zebra that have moved in, and the giraffe, the Maasai giraffe around, the impala just moving through there in the background. And still no clear view on Kilimanjaro. One of these days we're going to get a lovely, nice, clear view of it, and then you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. As this giraffe now has the very difficult task of getting down for a drink. Their necks aren't long enough to reach to the ground and to the water, so they do need to either do the splits or the kraut or a little bit of in between of both. They're very often a lot more relaxed when there's other animals around when they're drinking, because obviously they'll be able to alert them if there's any predators moving in, but they are a lot more vulnerable when their heads are down like that. So you can understand why they are a bit nervous when they're coming to drink, and they really do make sure that there's no predators around before they actually put their heads down. Well, a little bit of a bite there from one of the zebra, its colleagues, and it's normal. Zebra are very nasty to each other, in fact. It's a bit of a love-hate relationship. You often see them biting and kicking each other very badly, and then at other times they're resting their heads on each other's rumps, back to back, or head to toe, if I say. So, Amy, you're quite right. They do really make the other animals look tiny. And these are obviously also the largest of all the giraffe subspecies, being the Maasai giraffe. I think the Damara or the Angolan giraffe being one of the smaller of the subspecies, occurring in Namibia and the southern part of Angola, more of a desert-adapted species. But these are definitely the biggest of all of them. And also, with us being at this ground, or almost at ground level, it does give us a wonderful angle and perspective on these animals. You see when the elephants come in and how huge they look as well. And there we had quite a nice close look in on the top of those ossicones of the giraffe, seemingly a male. But once again, a bit of a frozen screen there. So we've had to switch on back over to the Etosha National Park in Namibia and Okokuyu. With our trusty old favorites, the swimming gemsbok and a couple of springbok with them. It's probably the two species that are most prominent here at this waterhole.
Welcome to Destination Safari. This evening, steeped in history, we are going to be exploring Leeuwenbosch Country House and Shearers Lodge.
And there was a very big dust devil, as we call them, a little bit of a mini tornado. Also happens a lot at this time of year. Sort of coupled with the heat and the dry nature of the landscape, and then you get those whirlwinds. Nice to see some of the zebra coming through there as well in the background. They're probably going to file in and also come for a drink. So Etosha National Park is an excellent reserve for self-drive tourists who go out on safari. And in this area around Okokuyu, I'll speak of the waterholes in general in the Etosha National Park. This one is an excellent waterhole, especially at night. Good activity from predators, but mainly lions, spotted hyenas, and jackals. Not really brown hyenas, leopards. It's not really the area that you do find them. They probably have been sighted here at some stage, but I've never seen them in the 20 plus years that I've been going to Etosha at this waterhole. But very often lions at night, and it's the Ombika Pride of Lions. And they come from the waterhole, which is very short after entering the Anderson Gate, which is to the south. It's about 18 kilometers to the south of Okokuyu. And then, so this one is great. And heading north from here towards and on the western side of the Etosha Pan itself, you can head towards the Moringa tree forest, or the Sprookjeswoud, as they call it in Afrikaans, the phantom tree forest. Because those moringas look very similar to baobabs, where it's almost like they're growing roots as branches. It's like they're upside down. So a very nice area there, and leading on to Leeuwbron, which is dried up waterhole now, but there's a lovely lots of the sociable weavers' nests in that area. So nice to see that, and very often in the sort of plains around that, you can see the likes of suricats and honey badgers, and lots of secretary birds, the Corey bustards, and a lot of the sort of grassland birds. Then up to Okondeka, where there's another pride of lions, and that's right on the edge of the pan itself. So an absolutely stunning landscape, and when you see lions with the pan in the background, it's very special indeed. Coming down from Okondeka back towards Okokuyu, there's Wolf's Nest, which is an old brown hyena. I think it was brown hyena. I actually, even since 20 years plus, there hasn't been a den there. But there used to be a hyena den, and that's why they called it a wolf's nest, because in Afrikaans they actually call a hyena a wolf, and particularly the brown hyena. And they call it a strandwolf, so a beach wolf. And that's why I always thought that it must have been a brown hyena den site. So then coming from Okokuyu and heading in an easterly direction, the first waterhole, very, very active, is called Nebrani, after the Acacia nivachilia nebrani, the plants that are prevalent around the waterhole itself. Lots and lots of lions, spotted hyenas, elephants come in there, springbok, and a general game. And I've actually seen jackals hunting springbok there. I've seen lions on kills. So very prevalent pride of lions there too. Going a little bit further on, you head towards Gemsbok Vlakte, which is Oryx Plains in English. Also, sort of very open area, and as the name suggests, lots of oryx, general game. But I've often seen lots of predatory birds there as well, which is interesting. And if you continue on that little loop, you get to Olifant's Butt, where I have seen a number of leopards. And lots of black-faced impala, which is normally where you get lots of black-faced impala. You're finding the leopards, and they like the nice thick mopani brush, and where the food is, being mainly the black-faced impala. If you continue on, you get to a nice waterhole called Aus, also a good spot for leopards. And then you return back sort of towards the Etosha Pan itself. And from there on, so you're about halfway towards Halali. From there on, very good areas to see cheetah. And cheetah, we do know that Namibia has a third of the world's population of cheetah. So there's a very healthy population, not only in Etosha, but even in the farmlands going south between Etosha and Windhoek. In the Otjiwarongo, past Otjiwarongo, heading south towards Windhoek, lots and lots of cheetah that even survive there, regardless of the farmers that do persecute them. But so going along there to Salvadora and Sweden, as well as Homob, very good areas for leopard. Homob, just that one spot. But then Salvadora, Sweden, those are very good for cheetah too. And then you head towards Halali, also one of the best places for leopard. At the Moringa waterhole there, you can see brown hyena and leopards at night. And as you head out of Halali towards Namutoni, there's the Helio spot where they used to use those signals that I've spoken of to communicate between Halali and Namutoni using mirrors, and a lovely rocky outcrop there. One of the best waterholes in Etosha National Park is the Goas waterhole, which is just east of Halali, as well as Noniams. I'm not sure on the pronunciation. Noniams, very good there as well for leopards, black rhino, etc. Very, very good. Heading through towards Namutoni, some of the other waterholes that are not to be missed is Kalkheuvel and Chudop, two excellent waterholes, as well as in the Klein Namutoni, which is quite near to the Namutoni rest camp. And there's the Dik Dik Drive, where, as the name suggests, you can drive through there and see a lot of the Namibia's smallest antelope. They do say it's Africa's smallest, but there's quite a debate, and I don't think it's quite the smallest. I think the Blue Duiker is the smallest, followed by close second between the Sunni as well as the Damara Dik Dik, which we get here in this area around Namutoni, and is around the waterhole and the Dik Dik Drive of Klein Namutoni. If you head north from Namutoni itself, there's a couple of very good waterholes. Twee Palms, where there used to be two big palm trees. Also nice area to see leopards. And there's Klein and Groot Okavi, very good waterholes there too. Tsamko, and then further on Stinkwater. I generally don't go further than Tsamko because it gets very open there and you can see for a long way. So it's not great for leopards, which I like to keep in the areas around Groot Okavi, Klein Okavi, Klein Namutoni, Chudop, and Kalkheuvel. So I would say that one of the best waterholes in this park is this Okukuyu, but the drives aren't the best around here. It's quite long drives, but you still can access excellent areas, but mostly for lions. As you head Halali, best for leopards and brown hyena, and then Namutoni, it's got the best sort of game drive area, not the waterhole. The Namutoni waterhole itself is actually not that good. But the game drives in there, I would say, in that area are probably the best in the whole of Etosha National Park. So that's just a little bit of a tour of all the waterholes. But what a fantastic reserve to visit, especially as a self-drive safari tourist. Right, so after that little tour of all the water holes in Etosha, I think we'll carry on our little whistle stop tour and we'll head back to Madikwe and Africa and Tau. And yeah, we do see a lot of milling about of the animals. And as I say, it's particularly around this time of the day when they're taking that respite from the predators and they don't need to worry too much. So this is what we see almost on a daily basis from the animals resting up at this time of the day. So, Melissa, we'd have to always revert back to impala, probably being in the largest numbers, and then would most likely be followed by and they would probably have similar numbers of blue wildebeest and zebra. But wherever you do get impala, generally you would expect them to be in the most abundance. When we look at Etosha, it would be springbok. There's also because of the open sort of landscape there, but in these parts it would be definitely impala being the most abundant, and then second, third, probably blue wildebeest and zebra. These blue wildebeest, you can see a little bit of ruminating going on, but I think mostly just catching some rest, some much needed rest. It must be a an extremely difficult thing to do, being a prey species, surviving through the night and constantly thinking that around every bush there could be a predator waiting to kill you and eat you. I would not want to be an antelope in the African bush for any given day of the week. It must be terrible. So it looks like the male is just off on the right on his own. I think his female's not too far from him. And a nice little group of helmeted guinea fowl. That is a very good looking impala ram, I must say. He's got a beautiful set of horns on him. So Reese, always nice to see a crocodile on the move. As long as I'm not anywhere near it, then it's fine. And not anywhere near the water as well. But yes, I must agree with you. It is lovely to see them here moving around. Just hope that the animals also realize that. But the crocodile does have to eat eventually. So who is going to be the unlucky one? Okay, so as per usual, lovely, nice stop in here at Tau Lodge. But I think it's time to change. Let's head back to East Africa and Africam, Old Bonyo. Where we've got some special birds here that I'm going to have to quickly check up on. They are starlings. They look similar to the glossy starlings, but did I see some yellow on their belly? Good. Very yellow eyes. I'm pretty sure I saw these when I was in Kenya myself. Yeah, I do know the name of them, but I'm just quickly gonna check and remind myself. So I'm just double checking, but I think these are the superb starling, and I do remember seeing them when I was in the Masai Mara as well. So quite a different bird that we get here in Kenya. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Superb starlings. Wonderful. Couple of ring-necked doves that also joined the superb starlings. So they do say that the superb starling, its appearance is very similar to the Hildebrand's starling, which is also found in East Africa, but the superb starling is distinguished by having pale creamy white eyes as opposed to red eyes in the Hildebrands. Now that one on the left has got yellow eyes. Could it be that we have a mix of both? Or is that in fact a glossy starling? I'm not sure, but there were definitely superb starlings as well. Or it could be the greater blue-eared glossy starling. I think that's what that one is there that is not a superb starling. And here we have some helmets of guinea fowl coming in. Right, yeah, so we got confirmation from the Zoomy that I got it right. Nice to have confirmation that we got a blue-eared starling as well as the superb starling. If you were trying to work it out with me, we got it right. A bit of info on the superb starlings as well. They feed primarily on the ground. often below or in the vicinity of acacia trees, and they are omnivorous. They rely on insects as their main food source, such as termites, grasshoppers, moth larvae, beetles, mantids, and ants. But they also feed on berries, small fruits, and seeds. And they even occasionally scavenge on animal carcasses. Additionally, they can also extract nectar from sisal flowers, or the agave, Cisalana, which is what we also can make tequila from. Usually, superb starlings are rather tame and unafraid of people, and they scavenge around settlements and picnic sites, like a lot of the starlings do. They do say, however, that unfortunately superb starlings in Tanzania cause harm to grapevines in vineyards, and they also disturb sprouting wheat crops as they dig them up. So that's where they come into human conflict, human-wildlife conflict. It doesn't always mean big animals like elephants and lions. Birds as well, we know that also with locusts, but the starlings will help alleviate the locusts, but at the same time they'll also find themselves in trouble with farmers. Now, their vocalizations, they have a long and loud song consisting of trills and chatters. At midday, it gives a softer song of repeated phrases. There are several harsh calls, the most complex, which is described as a shrill, screeching, scree, chiroo, chiree. Yeah, I always find it difficult with the vernacular description of bird calls. Additionally, superb starlings produce warning chir and a repeated witchorchichivi when they're excited. Some scientists compare their vocalizations to the common starling and others to the European robin. In Amboseli National Park, which we're not far from, vervet monkeys have acquired the ability to identify and respond appropriately to the unique alarm calls made by the superb starlings in the presence of aerial and terrestrial predators. So just like us, the monkeys use the birds and their particular alarm calls to alert them to particular predators. For them, it's for survival. For us, it's for excitement and to go and find those animals.
This Spooktober is all about scales. In honor of Reptile Awareness Day, WildEarth is hosting a fireside chat with James Henry and reptile expert Chris Cook.
You are at risk of being bitten by.
Come along as we talk all things reptiles and learn more about the scaly soldiers of the safari. Don't miss out. Watch it live on your nearest device. WildEarth. It's in your nature.
There's not many things more lovely to watch than a breeding herd of elephants with individuals of different ages. And there's a lovely little youngster that's seemingly trying to have itself a drink. Being able to work out his trunk. He looks of age. But still lovely to watch. So it looks like they've finished with their drink, and it's time, as per usual, and with them being mega herbivores, they've got a massive calorie intake requirement. So elephants can't, if they spend a lot of time relaxing, swimming, playing, they need to make up for that time feeding and doing a lot of it so that they can sustain themselves as well as give them enough energy to move of place. It's only, for me, the likes of the desert elephants that in Namibia that have adapted to be able to walk extended distances and sometimes even up to hundreds of kilometers without eating or drinking. But then when they do reach a destination, they need to take in a lot of water. They also need to find very nutritious food. Where those desert elephants survive, they've also learnt, and through experience as well as from teachings of the older individuals, where they can find the likes of comifera, or commonly known as kanniedoods, or the never die plants, because their roots, that they pull these plants out of the ground, and their roots are full of nutritious sugar. The specific plants that they go for in the desert, and then after those long treks, they find that, and it's able to sustain them. But with the elephants that aren't adapted to those kind of environments, they need to feed a lot to be able to get enough energy to constantly keep moving and feeding. So it's an ongoing dilemma of being able to sustain these huge bodies, and on a daily basis it needs to continuously be fed, and so they don't really have too much time to rest or have fun. And when they do have fun, then they need to make up for it in the hours after that. In the middle of the screen you can see a Meves starling, or the old long-tailed starling. So magpie, yeah, it's a good question, and around recessive genes in elephants, and with them being tuskless, would that be the only recessive gene? I think, you'd probably also have slightly smaller elephants that could be part of a recessive gene. Um, it's pretty much the only one I can think of. I know that there have been some leucistic or albino elephants. It's very rare, but that would also be a recessive gene. So I don't think that we could say. I think it's probably the most prominent recessive gene, but it's actually been brought about by the constant hunting of big tuskers and elephants with tusks in general. that we see that a bit more prominent. But then obviously the different colorations of them, that is, as I say, very rare, but does occur. So it wouldn't be the only one, but I would have to say, in my humble opinion, be the most prominent. Righty, so as per usual, when the animals leave, we generally do the same, and this time being no different. As the elephants disappear off into the thickets, we're going to do the same, and we're going to head back to Africa and Tau. Nice to see a bobo, a bobjan, a chakma baboon. Always fun to watch. So human-like. This one just having a scratch of the nether regions. So I'm just looking into these recessive genes in elephants. It seems I was correct in assuming or thinking through my educated experience that, tusklessness is probably the most prominent recessive gene that you do get in elephants. But you do also get albinism. It's much rarer amongst African elephants than in Asian elephants. And they appear reddish brown or pink. And they also suffer blindness or skin problems from sun exposure. So that's probably a reason why they don't really survive very long. And probably also why we don't really see them that much and why it's so rare. Now this baboon's got himself a lovely sitting perch. He looks like Lord Muck. Not many animals that can sit like this. Monkeys, baboons, it's the primates. And obviously some humans can too. I can sit like that. Well, he didn't sit there very long. Looks like he's now moved off. Oh, well, that's why he moved off. He had other business to attend to, which was obviously didn't last very long. But yeah, good thing we didn't disturb them. Seemingly needed a bit of privacy. Nice to see the elephants here too. Some off in the distance, but one here now near to the waterhole. Yeah, this is definitely his partner for now, it looks like. The baboon, I mean. I think it would be lovely to sit at this lodge and have this view, because there's just constantly something going on, all sorts happening at any given moment here next to Tower Lodge.
Have you ever wondered what it's like to be the man behind the lens? Come along and join our expert naturalist, James Hendry, for a photography hangout. Be entertained with safari stories and enjoy a live color grading class. Share in the moments captured and the memories created by his wildlife photography.
From the sublime to the ridiculous, everybody.
Be a part of the fun. WildEarth. It's in your nature.
And you can see those elephants as well. They look a lot whiter here. But that's just down to the soil that is prevalent in and around this waterhole where they would be dust bathing. So there's any kind of leucism or albinism with them. It's just purely down to the fact of the color of the soil. Ah, lovely to see. These elephants are going to come closer to the camera and we'll have maybe a bit of a better view on them. That would be nice. Couple of kudu there as well, and amongst the waterbuck and the approaching elephants. It's a good looking bull, this. Doesn't have a huge set of tusks just yet. He's probably got a bit of time to grow them out. Doesn't look like a very old bull. He looks like he's in need of a swim and a splash and a spray. That would be lovely.
time of the year filled with tricks and treats. From the creepers to the crawlies, we're scouting the creatures that keep you up at night. Hang on to your seats as we debunk the myths behind the safari's scariest. Turn out the light and lock your door. There's a spooky safari coming to your home. Come along for some hair-raising fun this Halloween with WildEarth.
Now, this is what we like to see. And the elephants are getting stuck in to the waterhole. This guy doing just that. And this is going to be a lovely end to the show, I think. You can just feel the happiness and the glee of elephants when they're rolling around in the mud. Something very special and unique. So, Eddie, thanks for your comment. I think I have to pass on the thanks to the elephant. But you're very welcome, as we see also a springbok there in the background. And maybe even this warthog is going to come in and have a wallow here as well, just to put the cherry on top. Looks like he's a little bit irritated with that warthog. Oh no, he's just carried on walking past. I thought he was going to have a go at him, almost in a mischievous way, because he was looking funnily mischievous as he left the waterhole, but he's given it a miss. Now, Mr. Warthog, come in and finish the show for us. Have a good wallow, please. Looks like it's just a drink for now for Mr. Piggy. So it looks like the elephant and the warthogs maybe had enough, although the warthog may be making inroads, a bit of a area that he can access the mud a bit better. Maybe it's not over just yet. And here in the middle now, that is a spurwing goose. That is the largest goose that we have. And as mentioned, it's nearly 3 o'clock, so almost the end of the show. But with it being the end of this show, we go straight on to the sunset safari. So lots to look forward to. And of course, tomorrow morning, we'll have the sunrise safari. And then shortly after that, we'll have live at the Waterhole once more. And I'll be here in the second shift in the afternoon. So lots to look forward to. Don't go anywhere. There's lots of wildlife action on the way. Slightly different concept with the naturalists that are roaming around in their vehicles looking for game, as opposed to us sitting at the waterholes with the different remote cameras, including the partnership with Africam. Wonderful concept too, and very different. So I must say, of course, thanks to all the wildlife for being the stars of the show, even though they don't know it. That's the best way, I think. And they continue on in their natural habitat. But that being said, thanks to you, all the viewers, for joining us. It's been wonderful having you on board, and I hope we'll see you again tomorrow. And of course, thanks to the whole WildEarth team for making it all possible. Without you guys, there would be no show. We've got the easy job as the naturalist, and I can't say that enough. So anyway, it's lovely to end with this little warthog, and we've had a lovely show all round, I would say. Anyway, that's it from me for now, folks. My name's Ralph Kirsten. Cheers.
Coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.